successful W Network trip to the university yesterday evening. Certainly, I've had very good direct feedback from my wife who went. Lynn, I don't know whether you want to say a few words about it, but obviously, particular thanks to our hosts for making that happen. Lynn.
Yeah, I just want to add a word of thanks on behalf of the Women's Network to our colleagues at the Ministry of Finance. I'll try this one. For organising the most amazing evening. I think we were absolutely inspired by the facilities and the women we met. It was incredible. Thank you so much. You've been very generous hosts to us, and please do thank your colleagues at the university on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, just to underline that, thanks. I mean, I think it's amazing the variety of events that, you know, we've been able to participate in as a group over the period we've been here. So thank you very much for all the thought that's gone into that. Ross, before we start off.
Thanks, Ian. So just to announce that today's cultural station is set up and ready to go, and it's palm leaf weaving. And I'm going to read a description here because there's some little bit of feedback on the microphone. I don't know if there's a setting we could, but palm leaf weaving is considered one of the most popular traditional crafts in Saudi Arabia. It relies on using palm fronds to create many products such as household items, tableware, baskets, containers used for storing fruits and vegetables. This craft represents the identity of Saudi Arabia as its products are derived from natural environment and its elements.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's, yeah, we're getting feedback at the front. Okay, let's see if Angela, no, we're still getting some feedback here. Okay. Okay, so what we want to do, this is going to be very off-putting actually.
I think it's all the
Yeah, it is coming through on all of the mics. It was the same problem that Lynn was.
No, it's not okay. So listen, you can hear the feedback coming through. It's not the mic, it's the settings.
Yeah. Somebody must have changed something since yesterday.
There's an echo.
Okay, well, we'll try and carry on for a few minutes and see if we can get that sorted. So what we want to do then is move into item 9, which is really to give everybody an overview of how, as a result of conversations with the staff, how we're seeing the next year or so will play out. And obviously, it's an important period, both in terms of the projects that we have ongoing, but also how we're actually envisaging that the transition from myself to the new chair will work particularly during the second half of next year. So I think if Ross is going to start off, and then I will sort of come in when he's gone through the presentation, and then we'll open it up for discussion.
Yes, so as Ian's introduced, we just wanted to run through a bit of a strategy and overview. We're still getting the echo coming through here. A little bit of a strategy and overview for the next year on the major items on our work program, our next strategy consultation, and how staff are thinking about navigating the next year and the major milestones the board has on its work program, and how we'll support the board in the transition as Ian's replacement is selected. And we'll talk a little bit about that process. So I've got a few slides here that I'd like to run everyone through, and then there'll be a chance for a discussion. So, sorry, I can't see the slides. The key messages, I'll just run through the background and the priorities in 2025. So as everyone knows, this year we've been building towards a number of very big projects and milestone approvals, split between the financial reporting work program and our new sustainability work. We have two major EDs out right now, ED 92 on tangible natural resources and the climate related disclosures ED. In 2025 on the current work program, we're targeting that both of those items. Thank you. The echo's gone. Whatever you did worked. So we're working towards the approval of those final pronouncements in the second half of 2025. We're also working towards the approval of the consultation paper on presentation of financial statements that we had great discussions on yesterday. And we're planning, this isn't yet on the work program, but we're planning a work program consultation to ask what items should be on the work program 2026 and onwards. And really thinking about setting the next board chair up to be able to come in with that board in 2026 and select the major priorities to be added to the work program at the beginning of the next chair's work program. But to set that up, we want to go out with an open consultation based off of input we received from the 2024-2028 strategy consultation, where we asked about the various project lists and priorities so that we can go out based on the resources we believe we'll have available from 2026 onward and ask constituents in the different buckets of project priorities what they think is most important for the board to work on next. So the intention is planning at the moment for a September approval for that consultation, and that lines up well with having the first three meetings in 2025 to work on that, and the Public Sector Standard Setters Forum that we're planning at the beginning of the September meeting, where we'll be able to get direct input from the standard setting community on the proposals. Maybe I'll just pause there and see if there are any initial questions before I talk a little bit about the chair search and the chair role, and just make people aware of what's happening on that front.
So just before members come in, just one thing to underline in terms of the work programme consultation. The idea is that the Public Sector Standard Setters Forum will come at the beginning of the meeting week rather than at the end as we've traditionally had it. And that's very much so that we can go into that both the Public Sector Standard Setters Forum and the meeting week with a draft of that work programme consultation, so that we can get direct input in the forum from national standard setters, and that should allow the board then to bring that feedback from our our colleagues at the national level into the finalisation of that document. The other feature that we're hoping will work, and Ross will come on and talk a little bit about this, is the intention is that my successor should be announced in early September. So we're very much hoping that they will be able to attend. So just pause to see if there are any sort of comments or questions on that sort of, if you like, helicopter view of how we're looking at next year working. Andrew, lead us off.
Thanks. Just one question on the approvals. I guess there's two up there that it would be great if we can get it done, but that potentially concern me just in terms of timelines, which is climate-related disclosures. I think we don't know what we're going to hear back. It is a new area, it is complex, and so is there flexibility in that? And the other is the presentation project. I think at this meeting, we've got a lot of good thought and discussion areas that need to go and be researched and thought about. And I just don't want us necessarily to rush, particularly presentation, where it is such an important aspect of financial reporting. So I just wanted to understand if there is flexibility in particularly those two. Thanks.
I'll just say I'm going to cover that in a couple slides if you just bear with me, and we'll give a little bit of feedback and thoughts on that. But I'd say yes, there's flexibility.
Okay, do you want to push on then, Ross?
Thanks, Ian. So Ian started to touch on some aspects of this, but in a couple slides, I'll go through a little bit more on the chair search in detail. What I want to focus on here is that the call for applications for the next chair of IPSASB is publicly open now. There's a website on the IFAC portal where you can find all the information. There's a job description. There's the full process for the call for applications. It's a complete open process. Anybody with interest can put themselves forward. The deadline for applications is January, I think, 26th, but don't quote me on that. The website has all the details. The chair position is a fully remunerated position. The terms of the remuneration are negotiable, as is the contractual arrangement. More information on the website. If you're looking for more information, you can always speak to me and I'll share what I know. The selection will be done by the independent search committee that's been established in coordination between IFAC and the Public Interest Committee. They've jointly selected the chair of the search committee and the 4 members who will be reviewing the candidates and making the recommendation to IFAC board for approval. IFAC officially approves the terms and negotiates the arrangement, but the selection will be done by the independent search committee. And I'll run through a little bit of a process in a few slides in terms of timelines as that relates to the selection and the start of the new chair. But I did want to maybe more of a pitch for those in the room, those online. Please share the ongoing search in your communities. Let people know. It'd be a real shame if there's a great candidate out there that would be interested in being the next chair of IPSASB, has all the skills, but didn't know we were looking. So IFAC's promoting it. We're talking about it. There's lots out there, but we know this network has even broader reach than we may have. So just if you know anybody, you can think of anybody that should think about it, don't hesitate. The more applications and interest, the better. So not much more to say there. And I think hold comments on the journey to the new chair because I've got a few slides on that and I want to get into it a little bit more. So again, the objective of this session and the plan we've been working on is really to ensure that the next chair is set up for success. And, you know, Ian might talk a little bit about his experience in a bit, but we really want to try and limit and again, not saying we won't have approvals, but limit major and immediate approvals as soon as the chair starts, knowing there's a learning curve and a process for the board with the chair to start to work together and figure out how the new chair will operate with the staff and the board for success. So we're just trying to clear a little bit of space by focusing on what the major things are on the work program now and what that transition process will look like so that we give that chair the opportunity to hit the ground running. So I wanted to run through just a little bit of timeline. I've already mentioned that the global call has gone out for the next chair. It's actually been out since late October. The end of the call it says February there. It's actually end of January, but at that time, beginning of February, the search committee will start its activities by meeting and discussing the applications they've received. Their process is meant to take place during Q2. So, end of Q1 and Q2, where they go through the applications and go through a vigorous selection process. There'll be online interviews and in-person interviews with the final candidates. And the search committee is expected to wrap up its activities and select the next chair, or at least their preferred chair, as of June. And at that time, get approval from IFAC board to start, negotiations and finalizations of the arrangement, with the expectation that they can publicly announce the next chair by September of 2025. Now, as we don't know who the next chair will be, what the status is, current role, no guarantees, but the hope, at least from our perspective, is that will be available for our meeting in September and the Standard Setters Forum. So we could potentially have the new chair join and participate in the forum and start the process for a planned transition and handoff between Ian and the next chair over Q4 2025. Again, to help with that seamless transition and make sure that the work program is kind of handed over in a good place for the new chair, and we wrap up items as best as possible that facilitate the new chair joining the board on January 1st, 2025 in full at that point. Now, again, that's the plan. The process is the early stages, so we'll see how it rolls out. If there's a change, we'll update as appropriate, but this is the plan so far. And maybe at that point, Ian, do you want to add anything on transition?
Well, I think just to say, I mean, that sounds like quite a long timeline. It is actually consistent with how the process ran when I was appointed. And I think, it's to ensure that we actually get the right candidate through that process, and also to make sure that there is time in terms of the various different negotiations and so on. And as Ross has said, we don't know who my successor will be. We don't know what their contractual position will be. So certainly, if you like, how things will unfold during that last quarter of the year, and even potentially into the first quarter of next year, we just don't know how that will work. I think the main thing that we as a board can do is actually, as Ross has said, set things up so that as far as possible, the new chair and the board have an opportunity to get to know each other and get to work together. And I think it's one of these things where, I think without embarrassing him, I remember a comment that Mark Vermouth made, because Mark joined as a board member when I came in as chair, but had been technical advisor to Andreas Bergman, my predecessor. And Mark made the comment to me that he hadn't realized quite how different a new chair could be. And I think that's something that, is almost inevitable. They won't be a clone of me. They will have, their own views, their own approaches, and so on. And it will take a little bit of time for everybody to kind of get together and work out how they work together as a team, because, fundamentally it is a team that works together. I work very closely with the staff, so there's a set of relationships there. Obviously, I have a set of relationships and we work together, so there's individual relationships within the board. There's how we work collectively as a board. And there's also a whole network of stakeholder relationships. So there's a lot to get to grips with for the new chair. And certainly I was asked 6 months into my chairmanship, when I present, because I present every year to IFAC board, they said, well, is there anything, you weren't expecting, having been a board member? And I said, well, it's just simply everything that goes on behind the scenes and all of the various different relationships. So there is a very big learning curve, even if you've been at the board table, when you come in and you take on the chairmanship. And I think that's where there is going to be a need to work out how we manage the transition from a point of view of the work program as well, because being realistic, when you come in as chair, anything that's at all complicated is actually going to take quite a while to work through as you get into it, as you work through the feedback from the board. And that underlies the point that Ross made in terms of it's really critical that we sort out what is going to get approved before I finish, what we're aiming to do there and what actually will wait. And inevitably, there will be likely a hiatus of 6 to 9 months during that early period. And I think that's where there is a tension to be managed. We're going to have to see what the feedback is from constituents on climate-related disclosures and tangible natural resources. And the first time we will get a look at that as a group together will be April at the check-in. And I think that's where it's going to require some discipline from us as a board to actually look at the feedback that we've had from stakeholders and then say, well, what does that mean then in terms of how we move forward to finalise the pronouncements? And I think that's going to require some discipline from us as a board, because we're going to need to respect what the stakeholders have told us in terms of how they see us finalising that guidance. And that may not be, that may not be consistent with any individual positions. It's going to be how we collectively work together. And I would reflect in terms of how we manage that process, that it was certainly one of the things that Andreas and I discussed during the transition, that actually it was important to get to a point in terms of the 3 exposure drafts that were finalised in my final meeting as a board member, Andreas's final meeting as a chair, because what that gave me as a chair was actually a breathing space, but it also got those exposure drafts out and allowed our constituents to input. So it gave a smooth transition. And I think that's what we as a group are going to have to think about, and I think it does come down to actually really being clear about what have our constituents told us, what are the key decisions that need to be taken, and therefore what is it realistic to be able to finish, bearing in mind that anything that isn't finished off by the end of the year will likely not get approved until June or September of the following year. So we have to be very clear about the decisions that we are taking and why we are taking them. And I think particularly just reflecting on that finalisation process, we've put our proposals out there. We know we have alternative views on both documents, and we collectively are going to need to respect what is said on either constituents agreeing with what we've said or whether they agree with the alternative view, and then move forward on that basis. It's not going to be time for a fundamental redeliberation. So I think, because from a board point of view, we need to make this process work. We also need to be seen to be delivering continuity despite the change in leadership. So clearly there will be different nuances on that, but I just thought it's worthwhile us all entering next year with a very clear view on what we're trying to achieve, because it is an important point in time for the board. I think it will be time for a change in leadership after 10 years, but equally, we don't want to throw everything up in the air, and that's really why then the idea about the open consultation, that gives us an opportunity to get stakeholder input to proposals. It also gives the chance for the board to work with the new chair in 2026 and to evolve that sense of direction going forwards. So with that, I'll open up for comments. Lynn.
So maybe I'm in the privileged position of being able to say this, as I'm today or this week is my last meeting. I think the board has got a big challenge in 2025. I think that you don't, as you rightly say, Ian, you don't know what the feedback will be. There could be a risk of taking quick decisions in order to meet deadlines. And I guess my observation would be, if I was in your shoes or board members' shoes, that maybe there needs to be some flexibility during 2025 about how you handle what you receive back. You have the very sort of formal board meetings and dates in for check-in meetings. But if you are truly going to make board members or collectively get to a position, I would urge that you consider how flexible you are. I don't mean in the decision making, but maybe in the periodic 1 hour online discussions to resolve issues more frequently if you are determined that you want those approvals by December, because I think it is a big ask depending on what you get back. And I guess my final point would be if things go to plan, you will know in September who the new chair will be. So if one of those approvals slips to March, I'm sure that would be manageable. I don't think that it would necessarily slip 6 to 9 months if you do the handover appropriately. So equally, if one of those approvals slips to February 26 or March 26, I don't think that is a failure in any part. I think the important thing is making sure that the board is in collective agreement where there are matters that need discussing, and that all board members are a bit flexible on their time, particularly in the latter part of next year, would be my observation, that there could be benefit in periodically having more frequent discussions on single topics only to move things forward as an idea.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. I think that flexibility and that, if you like, that honesty, I think is going to be very important. But I think that's it's a very good observation, and we may well end up in that situation that there are specific issues where actually, I think you sort of see this where you actually end up, if you just a bit of quality time and understanding where everyone's coming from actually can really help. So thank you. Yeah, Ross, move us on. So I think, really this is just opening up a conversation which we will keep having as we go through next year so that, we're all clear where we are. And that's that needs to be a dialogue, within the board. But underlying that point that we need to see what we actually get back. The other point I would make, I'm just sitting here looking at Claudia actually, is that one of the reasons why we're making the transition in terms of deputy chair is that that's a very important role in terms of the relationship with the chair, but also the relationship with the board. And there is no symbolism in the fact that Scott and I agreed that he would step down, with 1 year to run. It's actually that, he and I agreed, and actually there was a conversation with the nominating committee where we wanted to make sure that the deputy chair was available to serve for 2 years across the transition, and certainly that also echoed my experience, where Janine Poggilini was able to serve as deputy chair in Andreas's final year, and then with me as deputy chair during my first year. I really valued that, and I think it also helps in terms of the transition. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think this is a very useful conversation, and I want to thank you for this. I think you're putting us in a different mindset. 2025 will be a very unique year, and we will all need to, I think, approach these next decisions and deliberations differently than maybe we would normally do. So I think that raising awareness amongst ourselves here this morning and hearing your perspective, having been there before, I think is very useful. And we often make decisions that are based on from a project management perspective. So I see that maybe some of our decisions could likely be more leaning towards, well, we're managing a project And there's different ways to achieve and deliver a project. There's, you could break it down into phases, depending on the feedback that we get. So I very much think that we need to approach 2025 with a different mindset, and you've made that very clear, and you're making us reflect on this. So thank you.
Ross, thanks, Renee.
Yeah, just want to come back on that, Renee, because you said something that we've been thinking about on the staff, and I just want to emphasize it from our perspective on the transition is we do often focus from a program management perspective on a project by project basis and how we're going to achieve items on the work program. But when I look at 2025 as a staff member, and I think about 2026 in the transition, we are thinking about a transition of a program. And I think Lynn made a very good point that there might be an element because of comments, because of resources that we don't get over the line that's on the plan today. I don't see that as a failure. As long as we manage it and it's a collective decision and everyone's comfortable with it, and we manage the transition as smoothly as possible. Because the board and the staff does continue through the transition, and it's about the quality of the program that we deliver and those standards. And that's one of the key metrics for IPSASB in the IFAC world when they think about the support is IPSASB functioning and providing high quality standards. So that's how it measures the effectiveness of the board. It doesn't meddle in project by project on what the board's doing or what's in the work program, but is there continuing adoption implementation? Is it high quality? And I think that's the mindset we need to have. I'll speak a little bit more about next year and what that looks like in a couple of slides. But very much that's what we're trying to do here is manage a stable transition that ensures the board works in continuity and that the projects come to fruition in an appropriate manner.
Thanks, Ross. Patricia.
Thank you. I agree with Renee. It's very important to have this conversation. But in relation to manage our projects together, I think to activities, milestones, I need to not add new projects because both has a capacity to dedicate for and to think about the projects. They're so different projects in the same time, and the board have to deal with all in the same time. Then I think it's important to calibrate the inclusion of new projects too. Thank you.
Completely agree, Patricia. I think from our perspective, there's nothing more planned for next year than what we've talked about this week. So a few minor projects and the maintenance activities, and those becoming an important part of the board's work. And the progress on that will be driven by the agenda time we have. The major milestones that I'm going to talk about on the next slide will be the main drivers of agenda time in 2025. Everything else we'll fill in around and do as we can. It's about delivery of the big ticket items and making sure those are smoothly transitioned. And I think Lynn said it well. We will need to be flexible in how we work next year. We will have to think about how we use our time differently. We might need more check-ins on an issue by issue basis to get there. And I think on the staff side, we learned that a little bit from how we got climate to where it needed to be and how we worked with members on specific issues in preparation for September. So I think, we're open to being innovative. We realize there's a limit to board time as volunteers. So we're not looking to ask for, large amounts of additional time, but we might use your time slightly different in 2025, particularly during that second half transition. Again, we'll probably come with a more, and I'll go into this in a couple slides, a more in-depth view of what 2025 will look like in the back half once we see the comments. Don't want to prejudge today and jump to any conclusions, positive or negative, because these are major consultations and we really need to see what we get back at the end of February.
Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't know if it's just me taking it at ease because looking at it, we have our strategy. We very much on our work program, we're going to get feedback from our constituents. It is nothing that is going to be dramatically changed with the addition of the chair. If there was something with the staff team, that is where I would be worried. But a chairman, just we have 18 members and a chairman is just would lead that effort. I would think of it from the perspective of the offline work that the chairman is taking rather than the work that is around the sport table. So I don't know, but for me it's an ease, and I guess the independent committee want to accept somebody they don't have the background, the public sector background, that never been in touch with the board, never seen the strategy. I'm very positive that is going to be in the dialogue that they would have with the nominees, and they would make sure that whomever comes here is just in line with the directions of the IFAC and the board's direction. So those are my comments.
Yeah, I mean, I think, when you look at the what's in the chair job spec, I think it's very clearly, it does specify public sector background. It does set out very clearly that it's broader than just standard setting experience, and very much the next 5 year, the 24 to 28 strategy is front and center in that job spec. And I think what we're trying to do through that is very much to, ensure that there is continuity and there is a deep understanding of the public sector and its needs, alongside rigor in terms of professional experience and expertise, because it isn't just a standard setting role. It's a lot more than that, and we've seen that this week, I think. Certainly, I think I've always felt one of the very strong things that I've brought to the role is actually having been, a practitioner, having led the implementation of whole of government accounts, having seen the transition to accrual, and having an empathy with that, I think really actually contributes. And I think, it is going to be tough to find somebody that actually ticks all of the boxes, and that probably underlines the fact that the new chair will have a learning curve. Inevitably, the big challenges are going to be in the area of sustainability reporting, and we're going to move on and start to talk about how that landscape might unfold. But we're not going to be taking decisions on that this year. That will be for the board to move forward with the new chair in creating that vision and deciding which projects to take forward. But I think, the groundwork that we do this year is really important for that. I think, one of the things that in navigating through next year, I will be trying to keep front of mind all the way through is that, yes, I'm going to be very upset at the end of next year to leave the board. It will be almost 20 years of my life that I've been around this board table as a technical advisor, a member, and then as chair. And it really, I do care passionately about strong public financial management and the way in which the board can contribute to that. But also, so therefore, I want the board to continue to succeed. I think we've achieved together a huge amount over that period. The standards really are being used around the world. You can see the relationships and the respect building with the international organizations. And so, I just really want to make sure that that handover goes well and that the reputation and influence of the board continue. And there are plenty of challenges, but I think, and I hope we will be in a good place when I hand over. And that's very much what we're going to try and, I hope, together achieve that smooth transition. Ross.
Thanks. So I'll just move us through a couple of slides. We're kind of getting into some of the content on those slides, but it'll be a last chance to just hit a few final points and then we can close the discussion. So in terms of the Public Sector Standard Setters Forum, this will be an important inflection point in the transition. Hopefully we will, at that time, understand who the new chair will be and start that transition process. And just to underline again, that would be where we plan to approve the agenda consultation. And just to be crystal clear, there is no intention to open up any aspects of the strategy. Simply ask constituents what the priorities should be from 2026 onward, based on where the board's work program will be at that time, to add to the work program, so that the new chair and the board in 2026 have the information informed by constituent input to help decide the 2026, 2027, 2028 priorities and the projects.
Claudia.
Thank you. We should be early announced what we expect who participate at the Public Sector Standard Setters Forum. In the past, we attracted only standard setters for accrual accounting or accounting standards. Now we also want to be that sustainability standard setters participate, I expect. So we should announce these already, because they need also to block their timetables to make sure that we have as broad participants as possible. So that's...
Thanks, Claudia. So Leah's working hard on a save the date at the moment already, so we can start communicating with people. The good thing is, from a standard setting, well, not good. When you're talking sustainability standard setting, because we've been working in that space, we're getting to understand who's there. From a national standard setting perspective, there's not a lot of national standard setters yet doing sustainability standards. It's not like public sector accounting where there's a depth. We know directly most of the national standard setters that have been set up to do sustainability, and the international standard setters we've been engaging with each quarter for the last 2 years. So we've got a really good rapport and understanding what's happening with GRI, IPSASB, and even some of the statistical standard setters. So I don't think we're going to miss any of the important players. And but you're right, we want to bring that group together with the national standard setters we've been engaging for years through the forum. So it is important that we get the information out there and we start moving it forward.
Yeah, one thing that does make me think actually is we have quite a slightly awkward timing in terms of the International Forum of Accounting Standard Setters, and I think we should sort of think about how we input to that, because I think actually a number of our constituents are there, but I think if we put that out there, that would be useful.
I think there's a 2-week gap from our meeting to that meeting. Yeah, I think so.
We were in. Oh, wait, anyway,
no,
we'll sort
we
that.
did check that. I think we've got it lined up right. We're not conflicting. No.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the March one actually.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking September. We'll think about that.
It just underlines there's a lot of moving parts actually that we need to think about, but I think it's a very good point. Okay, back to you.
So again, coming back more explicitly to Andrew's point about what about the feedback, I think whenever I've been talking about the work program at any public events within the staff, within the board, I say this is our plan, but I always say but. It will be dependent on what we hear. It's really important with both these consultations that we fully understand the feedback we've received, and that drives the planning on how we address the issues and how realistic our current timelines are, positive or negative. And I think it is really important that when we get that feedback and we start working through it in March and into April, that the plan we come up with is realistic and sensible based on what we've heard. We don't know what we're going to hear yet. We've got a bit of a sense from some of our outreach on some of the potential issues, but we really need to see the breadth, where those issues are coming from, the support and the analysis that were provided, and how that relates to the board's original deliberations in both of the major documents that we're going to be looking to approve. So at this point, there's no point in prejudging, but just to put the line in the sand and to make it clear to everyone and to answer Andrew very directly, yes, depending on what we hear, we'll have to think about how that impacts timelines. And that'll be a discussion we'll be having with the board if we meet the plan right now at the April check-in. So I would say that's a really important time. I expect both of these items to be on the check-in agenda, and I expect the main discussions to be at a high level. What are the main issues we've heard on? And do we have any initial indications on how that impacts timelines and how we take it forward? And to get board feedback on what the proposed plan is at that time. Not a whole lot more to say on that. I won't walk through the timeline. I think we've gone through this a couple of times. The last points I wanted to make in the presentation go back to the point I think Patricia was making about let's not add any other major initiatives in 2025. We've got a lot on our plate. Well, these are the major priorities. Not on here, equally important that we start to set it up is the maintenance activities. But I think that's more of an iterative development process to get both the application panel up and running and start to move through post-implementation reviews. I don't think there's pressure that we're at any specific point in either of those activities in 2025. I think it's more important that we set them up appropriately, that they're realistic, and that we move at the pace that's allowed based on the plenary time we have to get the board on side and to complete as the best possible the major priorities on the work program, which are 2 to 5 here. In terms of hard to achieve, I think of the major project work, I think number 5 is probably the easiest, and I don't think we'll slip a lot on that. There are some steps we have to follow in terms of due process. We will talk to the CAG about the work program. We will share with the PIC. Those are required steps in our due process. But we've thought through the planned timing so that all those steps can occur and end with the forum and a final approval in September, so we can put that out in Q4. And then the other items, we've already talked about the challenges that we'll have to think about. So with that, that brings me to the end of kind of the outlook for 2025. Thanks for sharing any thoughts so far. Offline, if you do have any thoughts, you want to talk to staff, you want any support during the transition as a board member from staff, we're always there in Toronto. Happy to engage and speak with any members anytime, and we're always here for you.
Only a final point to add is just in terms of thinking forward to March next year, the inevitable consequence of having said that April check-in will be when we get to look at the analysis of responses on climate and tangible natural resources is in terms of the content for the March meeting, essentially the 2 priorities for that will be further discussions on presentation of financial statements, and I think there will be a significant amount of agenda time devoted to that and moving that project forward, and also in terms of doing the groundwork in terms of what the outline will be in terms of the work program consultation and moving our thinking forward on the list of projects that we've already agreed with constituents, and any additions from the ISB's work program or whatever. So just thinking about the sort of, if you like, the cadence in terms of board meetings, 4 and 5 will be very much front and center in the March meeting. And that probably underlines why we've got a presentation of financial statements task force later on today, because the task force work on that project will be very important during the certainly next quarter, and I suspect into the second quarter as well. Okay, any other points from anybody? I think just to underline, we as a board will keep talking as we move through next year, but it just seemed very good opportunity to give you that overview. Okay, good. So I think with that, we move into the next agenda item, which is a very important component of that forward work, which is the sustainability reporting, research and scoping. And just pause for Karen to come forward to lead that item.
Right. Thanks, Chair. So I just wanted to take this time to first acknowledge that the IPSASB has really made great progress with climate over 2024 with the SRS ED1. It's really put the IPSASB on the map for sustainability So we're just taking this time for during the consultation period when we're waiting for feedback to reflect on what projects the IPSASB should next focus on. So essentially, this is a brainstorming session where we open for an open discussion on to look ahead at what future potential sustainability projects that the IPSASB should take on, I guess, for research and scoping from 2026 onwards, as Ross and Ian have mentioned. So we also brought this to the CAG. Oh, okay. We also brought this to. Right. All right, we also brought this to the CAG earlier on Monday. So hopefully that's useful for the board to start forming some initial thoughts. And I'll try to keep it brief so we can allow for some discussions. So if I go back to May 2022, that was when the IPSASB first published a consultation paper on advancing public sector sustainability reporting. And after receiving the feedback, the IPSASB decided that there were 3 priority projects that the IPSASB would take to research and scoping. The first being general sustainability related disclosures, second on climate related disclosures, and third natural resources non-financial disclosures. So that's through adding non-financial reporting elements to the IPSASB's ongoing projects on tangible natural resources. And based on the feedback we received, we decided that climate was the #1 priority. And so the board in the research and scoping phase really looked at these scoping assumptions that really formed the foundation of our work for climate related disclosures. So considering consultation paper feedback and in addition to the IPSASB's own conceptual framework, and also leveraging the existing private sector guidance. And so these scoping assumptions form a really important foundation for the IPSASB as we consider future sustainability reporting projects. And so in looking and reflecting on our priority projects, we looked at we also, in addition to these scoping assumptions, we looked at the IPSASB's criteria for project prioritization in our strategy and work program with the 4 criterias of prevalence, consequences, urgency, and feasibility. And based on these 2, we propose 3 potential directions that the IPSASB could decide to head towards for further research and scoping. So what I would want to highlight here is that we are discussing on a potential direction for research and scoping, after which after that and the actual project could come after the final pronouncement of climate related disclosures. So it is just for research and scoping to look at the feasibility of the project. And I would encourage board members also within these 4 criteria to really focus on the feasibility of the project, really acknowledging that all 3 of these proposed projects are important, but then really considering the current landscape, whether that is an enabling landscape for the project to proceed, and also considering the resources at IPSASB. Feasibility should really be a main driver in guiding your thinking on the direction of the IPSASB's future sustainability reporting projects. And so to start looking at these projects, it's a good idea that we go
Sorry,
back.
Karen, if I can just pause to see if anybody has any comments before we start to look forward. I think one observation I would make is I think, you know, as we move into this new space, I think it's right to actually just reflect back on the amount of work and thinking that went into that original consultation paper in May 2022. There was a lot of thought that went into that. And I think, you know, it's amazing, actually, I reread that consultation paper going into the launch event that we had for the climate-related disclosures ED. And actually, I think we should, you know, take credit for the fact that actually, you know, pretty much what we outlined in that paper, actually, we have delivered on. And we have got strong stakeholder support for, you know, we got very strong stakeholder support for that consultation paper, for the proposals in that, well up into the 90s, which is sort of, you know, almost unprecedented. And we have come a long way in terms of reflecting on, you know, the additional structures that we needed to put in place for delivery of that first exposure draft, not only the climate topic working group, but you know, the sustainability reference group, and then more recently the sustainability implementation forum. So I think, you know, collectively, I think, you know, we have really achieved a huge amount. And yes, there are a lot of factors to think about, but I think we've got very good foundations to build on. And that same approach of, yes, this is new territory. Yes, there are some significant decisions to take, but we build on what we've actually, you know, the journey and the ground that we've already covered. So I just, you know, I think that's important. You know, there are some big questions to be resolved here, and that's really as we move into the next paper. But I just think it's worthwhile pausing on that. Ross.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it was 2 years ago in December in Toronto when we were kind of getting ready to kick off all this new work following the consultation and start that first research and scoping on climate. And it's easy to forget with how fast we moved that we did take a measured approach and do 6 good months of research on climate to implement what we decided in that consultation paper based on the feedback to set the project up. And I think it's subtle, but in the first few slides, Karen touched on it. You know, we are talking about research and getting ready for the next project, but I have had people talk to me over the last couple of weeks saying, oh, of course, we're starting a new sustainability project in 2025, and that should be, and they tell me the project they think it should be, and they're surprised that we're talking about other projects. And I would say it's one of the major improvements in project management that the board's undertaken in the last 7-8 years. That's subtle, but this little phase of research before we get started really helps get the scoping right, really helps make sure the board's addressing real priorities with the resources we have. We are a constrained resource board. We did promise we were going to balance the financial reporting work program with sustainability. And I want to completely make it clear, until climate is done, there is no capacity for other sustainability projects in 2025. And I would say early 2026 even, because there'll be a rollout of that once it comes out. So this is about getting ready to ask our constituents in that work program consultation what those next priorities should be. And we've been very deliberate, right back to that 2022 consultation paper, to start to probe and understand what those priorities are, because it's a learning process. And the research we'll undertake on all of these projects is part of that learning process. But the board should not commit to add another project until it's confident, has the time and resources to address it appropriately, and we should continue to communicate that. And to this point, the board's only communicated research priorities for the other topics. They're not committed projects on the work program. And I mean, I'm sharing that because even in the staff, we kind of lost sight of that at point. We're like, of course, we're going to start the next project. And we went back and read what we said and we thought about it and said, no, this is about positioning the board to make the right choices and set the right expectations on what we can do in the sustainability space while continuing to deliver on financial reporting and supporting the use of the standards overall.
Thanks, Ross. So just having reminded ourselves of the context and what we're doing, I think this is a very important discussion that we're about to have. So Karen, if you can set it up for us, please.
Yep, thanks, Chair. So for the board to start looking at these projects, it's really important that we go back to the conceptual framework. If we looking at what an important part it is, forming a part of our scoping assumptions, and look at how it relates to the IPSASB's role in sustainability reporting. So the IPSASB's strategic objective is strengthening public financial management and sustainable development globally through increasing adoption and implementation of accrual IPSAS and international public sector sustainability reporting standards. And this objective is really further clarified when we work with what we have in the IPSASB terms of reference and also the IPSASB conceptual framework and the preface to IPSAS, which really highlights that the objective of the IPSASB is focused on GPFRs, focusing on information that is useful for users of GPFRs for accountability and for decision making. And this brings us to the remit in IPSASB, which has always been financial related. And this is perhaps a good diagram that can help board members in thinking about where the IPSASB's remit would lie within the broader sustainability reporting landscape so that our work can remain meaningful and can also address the information needs of primary users. And IPSASB within this diagram would lie within the lighter blue box, and it's also highlighted in the conceptual framework that the framework extends to GPFRs and that GPFRs provide the additional information that enhances, complements, and supplements the GPFS. So why would this be important to our sustainability reporting projects? This really guides the IPSASB's scoping, the scoping of our sustainability projects, and also clarifies within that broad sustainability reporting landscape where there are so many other sustainability reporting standards where the IPSASB should lie and where the scope of our standards should be. I'll pass it to the chair for discussion.
Okay, so thanks for that introduction, Karen. I mean, reflecting on the fact this is an important discussion, I think that's where it's very helpful that we could actually get some broader perspectives through the discussion with the CAG at the start of the week. And so perhaps I'll go to Fabienne just for some feedback then from that discussion before I open the floor for comments from the board.
Thank you, Ian. And thank you, Karen, for your presentation. Some short comments, overall comments from the CAG on the role and the remit of the IPSASB in the sustainability reporting landscape. So CAG members indeed commented that it is important to continue sustainability efforts beyond climate issues and create comprehensive sustainability reporting standards and ensure long-term strategies, including fiscal sustainability and social issues, while avoiding redundancy in standards and increasing linkage between reporting guidelines and financial statements. So hopefully good food for thought there. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. So before we move in then, to talking about the detailed projects, really wanted to get the board's reflections on the analysis that Karen has presented, because that is going to be really important. And I think that whole question about what is the scope of our work and how does that sit in with that broader landscape is really, really important for us as a group to reflect on. Because it is a key, you know, it is going to be key in reflecting on where we go next. So open for comments. Lynn, so lead us off and then I'll go to Andrew.
Just one observation, really, just based on discussions with various people over the last few days. I think it's apparent to me that different people have something different in mind when they think about general purpose financial reports. So, and I think that actually that sometimes depends on your jurisdiction about what reports you are used to seeing as part of one document presented with the financial statements. So I think that when we have discussions on this, I think it's inevitable that people are giving a perspective, perhaps from what they see from their own jurisdiction, without actually saying that out loud as to what their jurisdiction does. But I'll give you for example, in our jurisdiction, we have with a very sort of wide general purpose financial report in the annual report that includes a lot of financial and non-financial performance information, including financial and non-financial sustainability information. Whereas it's apparent to me, talking to people in other jurisdictions, when they think about general purpose financial reports, they're thinking in a much more narrow way, which is a set of financial statements with a financial performance commentary only. So I do think there is a need perhaps for us to understand better when we're talking to each other what we have in mind when we are referring to general purpose financial reports, because I do think it frames differently depending on your jurisdiction, and we need to make sure we've got a common understanding of what people are referring to when they're making their points, because I think it does make a difference.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's a very good framing comment, and it does underline the fact that this is relatively undeveloped territory compared to general purpose financial statements. Andrew, and then Mike.
Thanks. So it's perhaps building on Lynn's comment around the landscape and how I don't think at the moment there's a consistent understanding of the landscape. And I think not only that, but also just in terms of how the different pieces of even our guidance interact within the landscape that sits out there. So I do think there is a little bit of work to be done around clearly defining, well, what does the landscape look like? What fits within our remit? And how does this all fit together? And being the South African, it's that integrated thinking, integrated reporting sort of concepts that are in there that I think do need to be fleshed out a little bit around this. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Go to Mike and then to Scott.
So thank you, Chair. At the moment, I'm really satisfied with the approach and the landscape as set out here. But nonetheless, I want to remind you that the role of the conceptual framework that has proven to be useful as we develop the climate related sustainability exposure draft. But nevertheless, I think we must, let's say, ensure when it comes to a broader understanding of sustainability reporting that this will prove for other fields as well, because I think at the moment the exercise of general requirement was quite limited. We had to put it in the annexes just to ensure that we cover it to a certain extent. So yeah, that's the only limitation. I think we must see whether it is useful for a broader sustainability landscape as well in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I put my flag up in response to Lynn's comment. I would encourage people, if you want to go see some examples about where general purpose financial reports do, is to go to the US. US, both at the government wide, but at the agency level, has very extensive, I'd saw other additional information. In other words, there's actually long-term fiscal sustainability projected for 75 years out that in the financial statements that are actually audited. Okay, so if you want to expand your horizons and thinking about what can be in the larger blue box up here, I would encourage you to look at some of the U.S. financial statements. Because when I sit down at the table, that's my context, to Lynn's point. These are 15, 20 pages MD&As. That includes a lot of non-financial information. All that has audited coverage. So we're not really limited about what we can actually put in that space, but it comes back to helping the individual agencies and the government to tell a story that maybe can supplement what's in the basic financial statement. So I wanted to build on Lynn's comment.
Thanks, Scott. And I think it is worth pausing on that in terms of, reflecting on when we were developing what became RPG 1. One of the real questions and concerns was ability to provide any form of assurance over those long-term fiscal projections. And I think, that's where obviously the publication of the IPSASB's first standards has really put the pressure on the international IPSASB, the Audit and Assurance Board, to produce guidance that actually does develop understandings of the nature of audit review on that non-financial information, and that clearly with the publication of that first guidance literally in the last month or so, that obviously takes the story forward. And it, to the points that have already been made, this is actually now really beginning to flesh out what, GPFRs are and the nature of, if you like, the difference between the information in GPFRs that are not within the GPFSs. So that's, that I think is an important part of this emerging picture. So I go to Patricia next, and then Adrienne, and then Lucy.
Thank you. My comment is related with Andrew's comments. I think it's important to identify the hierarchy in this instrument in GPFR. Because there are some overlap between SRS and RPGs, and that should be considered during the next steps of our discussion today. For example, RPG1 should be used in an integrated way to operationalize fiscal sustainability in SRS, for example. And if the constituent analyze this map, it seems that it needs to prepare reporting based on our SRS and RPG 1, 2, 3, and I think it's important to clarify the interaction, the hierarchy, and to provide better information for preparers. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Ross, before I then go to Adrienne.
I completely agree, Patricia. I think we've got to, maybe even more than that, consider what the role of RPGs are going forward and whether they should start to fall under this potential sustainability work. That's one of the reasons they've been flagged as areas to think about. We've got some views on the staff side, and we've thought about it, and we think they're public sector relevant and they have a sustainability angle. But I think we really do need to have a think about that, because I don't believe we're helping our constituents if we have in the future a suite of IPSASB SRSs, IPSASs, and then these RPGs that are kind of non-mandatory guidance that we think are relevant to sustainability, but we haven't thought about how to integrate them into this new sustainability suite of standards. So don't have the answers today, but that's part of the discussion, is clarity on where these need to sit in the future. And I think the board should have a strong view by the time we go out with the consultation on where they fit in the long-term plan so that constituents can feedback on that.
Yeah, thanks, Ross. And you know, I think that's where obviously thinking is going ahead within the IFRS Foundation on this. And for example, Andrew referred to the position of integrated reporting, integrated thinking in all of this. And I think, you know, so this is an emerging landscape, not just for us, but also for our colleagues in the IFRS Foundation. And what I would say is I think we've had tremendous support from them during the development of the climate-related disclosures ED, as we have from also from GRI and also from national standard setters. And I think that, you know, moving forward together in this way is going to be really important. But fundamentally, you know, we're all going to have to cope with providing clarity about how does this guidance fit together in an integrated way, because if we can't provide that leadership, then you know the users, the preparers and the auditors are not going to have, you know, that's not going to help them. So it's a very fundamental discussion. Over you, Adrian, next.
A short comment on that. As climate issues emerge, there has been at the same time emergence of a very strong public interest in accountability with regards to accountability of public management, public executives with regards to those climate issues. It means that, and I would like to echo the discussion we had yesterday on reimagining public financial management. I think the public is more and more demanding on GPFRs in this area than, you know, GPFS. Well, GPFS means something. GPFS is a basis for the GPFRs. It's connected, as it's said here, but they want to have information that is related to the accountability of I mean, those in charge on those climate related issues. I think this is the reason, the main reasons for which the IPSAS board put its foot on that. And in the end, I would wonder what it would mean if we started the job and not finish it. I think we started something, we put our finger into something, and it's consistent. It makes sense. It makes sense because I mean, it echoes a public demand. It makes sense because it can consistently be included, incorporated in our mandate and also the CF. So I would say, as a matter of principle, I mean, the analysis is fine with me. Then there is, I would say, an operational issue. And the operational issue, we'll deal with it in the coming years. But we should, you know, found it on what we're just saying today. Start the job, finish it. Maybe in 5 years, 10 years. But in the end, this board will be the standard setter for this very consistent global set of standards that are financial reporting with all the accountability vehicles for climate-related issues.
Thanks, Adrian. I think, you know, you made two very important points there. I mean, I think one is the different nature of the information, where general purpose financial statements very often are criticised for being backward looking as opposed to more current forward looking. And clearly that's where GPFRs can start to focus. And the point that you made about having moved into this space, how are we going to finish the job? And in a sense, actually, what we're discussing at the moment is what is the job? So, you know, that's all about expectation management. And then I think also about, you know, how we manage the tension that there will be between how fast we can move and how far we can move dependent on resources. And Ross has made the point in terms of which the board has made all the way through is the need for additional resources if we are going to move at pace across a range of projects, and that's a very real issue. Okay, so move on then. I've got Lucy, Renee and Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the areas that has to be considered for the IPSASB in positioning itself on sustainability reporting standards is to let people or constituents know the revision or the enhancements in its governance structure, because this, I think, will add credence to the IPSASB's ability to come up with the sustainability reporting standards. At the moment, what can be seen from the website of the IPSASB is only the CAG, but we have already created the sustainability reference group. And I think it would be very important for people to know that, the IPSASB has in it at the back a group that helps the IPSASB in coming up with which recommends to the IPSASB in coming up with the sustainability reporting standards. And perhaps if similar to the CAG, which is already part of the due process, I think there is a need for the board to institutionalize that sustainability reference group, so that our constituents it might increase the confidence of our constituents when it comes to the sustainability reporting projects that the board undertakes. So I suggest that maybe the website can be enhanced to be transparent about the inclusion of SRG as part of the due process. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. I think we certainly do need to reflect on that communication point, and certainly in presenting what we're doing on sustainability reporting, we have, been very clear that, we have brought in these additional advisory groups, both project specific and the sustainability reference group and the sustainability implementation forum. But Ross, perhaps you just want to cover off the due process point before I move to Renee.
So due process itself is something we will be looking at in 2025 after we do some minor updates to our terms of reference that we'll discuss tomorrow. And one of the reasons is to just explicitly say that due process does cover the standard setting activities of sustainability. And we've been operating under the due process we already have in all aspects of all the projects. So completely on side with the transparency and requirements, including consultation with CAG and PIC, our oversight bodies, or the bodies involved with our oversight. It's more about just putting some wording in there to talk about our future sustainability reference standards and where they sit in due process. But we're already operating on the basis that we're fully following our due process. In terms of transparency, we do have a reference page on the website. If you go to IPSASB focus areas, there's a whole sustainability page, sets out all of our activities, including the reference group, the Sustainability Implementation Forum, and our topic working group, talks about what we're doing in advancing sustainability and what we've agreed. So from a transparency perspective, that is institutionalized. It's on the website. We're transparent on what we're doing. We might need to think about where we position that so it's easier to find, because I don't want people missing it. But we have been quite clear and open in capturing what we've been doing and updating that on a regular basis as our activities evolve. And we'll continue to do that and enhance the visibility of it. Thanks.
Thanks, Ross. And I think just right to reflect at this point. Really appreciate the work that Scott has done in terms of chairing the sustainability reference group and, kind of really helping that to become a very sort of interactive and valuable source of advice. And then I think it's appropriate I go to Renee next, because Renee, working with staff, I think you did a great job in getting the sustainability implementation forum up and running for the first time just before this meeting. So I think that's going to be another really important source of real-time input to us as we move forward. And we may well, perhaps to Lynn's earlier point, we may well be able to use that if we hit particular areas where we want some targeted stakeholder input as we move forward with finalising climate-related disclosures. But Renee, to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So maybe before reacting to the SIF, the Sustainability Implementation Forum, we had a very good first kickoff meeting. There was a lot of interest, and I believe that many of those participants that attended the kickoff have now registered, and I think we're going to have a good cross-section of various lead preparers or future preparers. And personally, I've heard good feedback on it, and I think it's going to be a very good tool for the board, not only for this the project that they're looking at, the climate disclosures, but to your point, I think this approach could be working more broadly in all of our sustainability related disclosure projects. So that's my input, my update from the perspective of my engagement with the SIF. What I wanted to say is that reflecting on this conversation, the first paper here that is setting the stage, I find that we already have a lot of thinking that's been done by the board through the conceptual framework, through what's already in the RPGs on what is GPFRs, what is the scope of GPFRs. Karen, you reminded us in paragraph 9 of your discussion, your agenda paper, that key paragraph in the conceptual framework that lists the various elements that we're expected to see. And to me, we need to go back to that. I think it's very clear, and it highlights very clearly that it goes beyond financial statements, that it's financial, but also non-financial information. And my perspective is that the outcome, the ultimate objective of GPFRs is to articulate the impact on future cash flows, the current financial position of an entity, or future cash flows and future fiscal sustainability. So it's all about articulating the impact on the financial affairs of an organization. But in order to do that, you cannot do that with just numbers and financial information. You need to start the story with the non-financial information. It's about the policy decisions, the actions, the strategies taken by an entity that are then having a financial impact, or financial risks that are impacting an entity's operations, or climate risk or social risk, all kinds of non-financial risk, business risks. We say climate risk are business risks. So all of those business risks are creating financial implications. And to me, when we talk about non-financial information, it's key that it's not just non-financial information for the sake of non-financial, it's ultimately to articulate the financial position. So I think we have the tool in terms of advancing this and understanding the scope. There was a caution in one of your paper that refers to the scope and making sure that we remain within our remit. And again, I think that we have the tools, and if we stick to the work that's already done and the work of the IPSASB as well. S1, while it's a broader standard, it's still a standard about implications on the financial stability or sustainability of an entity. So I personally think we have the proper framework to not stray away from what are GPFR.
Thanks, Renee. And I think that stress you've laid on firstly, we've already got a lot of literature, but secondly, and I think this goes to, the kind of evolving picture that we all have and that we will need to communicate about the importance of the F in general purpose financial reports, because I think, and you see this in RPG1, actually what it does is it helps to draw together a lot of, if you like, non-financial information, but really to tie it together through what is the financial impact of the way in which the organization is actually addressing those risks and managing those risks. And I think that then goes to, if you like, the stake we've already put in the ground in terms of proposing to focus on outcomes rather than broader impacts. So outcomes as direct impacts, but not every impact, all the indirect impacts and so on. So I think that's, we've started to flesh out what we actually mean, and then that's comes together in a coherent picture in terms of accountability and decision making. And then I think there's useful ideas there that underpin it, which we haven't focused on as a board, but the more you look at it, the more relevant the ideas around integrated thinking and integrated reporting become, because it all fits with that. But I think it's actually, the more we talk about it and the more we tie it together in an integrated way, a coherent way, that will help both us, but then it will help our constituents. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make two points. And my first point is really looking externally from a preparer and auditor perspective and the current environment, and the importance of us all having a very clear and consistent understanding of what's happening in the broader environment outside of the IPSASB's work. And I'm conscious that in sustainability, the current requirements across the globe facing preparers and auditors in the sustainability space is significant and varied. And I think in the private sector, the IASB and the ISSB have talked about the alphabet soup of requirements. And I reflect on the fact that the public sector and governments are currently also facing an alphabet soup of requirements, and just there are many that I'm aware of, but I'm not familiar in the details. But for an example, we have the UN Sustainability Development Goals and the reporting requirements under that. We have the Enhanced Transparency Framework and reporting under the Paris and the UN protocols. We have things like the Global Footprints report on carbon disclosures and climate risk and sovereign bonds. And that's just to name three, but I'm sure we could name many, many more. So that, together with an absolute thirst for data in the sustainability space through jurisdictions, or say, for example, the European Community, and the urgency of the public and others wanting to make sure that public sector entities and governments are thinking about the sustainability of their service delivery over a long term, changing demographics, aging populations, natural disasters. It's very broad, and I think alphabet soup of requirements is probably a good summary. And I do apologise for those who have English as a second language, but I believe it is a term that was used internationally before. So facing that, what I would like to see as part of the decision making around where we go next on sustainability in terms of the reporting landscape is an analysis or research of what is currently required, and from an external perspective, where we could either add value or somehow coordinate, be aware of all of those things before we start a particular project. So more external analysis of that alphabet soup that the public sector and governments are currently facing. My second point is really building on general purpose financial reports and the different experiences across jurisdictions that Lynn was referring to. And in my understanding, my experience in jurisdictions in our part of the world, in Australasia and other parts of the world, there is a sense now that more and more reporting of general purpose financial reports is not necessarily meeting the needs of users, and the fact that there is just more and more and more required, from long-term sustainability reports to service performance reports to sustainability reports, and then each jurisdiction has their own reporting frameworks as well. So I would value some research before deciding which project in this space, some research on the experience of countries that have been doing general purpose financial reports and which ones we think are really meeting user needs. And I guess for an example, the New Zealand Treasury produces a long-term fiscal sustainable report every 4 years, and we have been, I think we're up to the 5th one. And there is a strong view that while it creates a debate within the country about particularly demographics and health and the ability to afford services out 40 years, it doesn't actually seem to make much difference to the executive making decisions in a short political cycle. So I think could be something to be learned about, given our limited resources, what is the project or what is the general purpose financial report that's going to, I guess, meet user needs in the most effective way, given our limited resource.
Thanks, Angela. I mean, I think what you've articulated very well there is the fact that we need to be very clear about the boundaries of what we are doing and what we are not doing, how what we are doing aims to support interoperability. And I think, the challenge we have already seen is, frankly, it's a very complex landscape in terms of standard setting. We are not going to be able to achieve perfection. And that is one of the things where we're going to have to balance the desire for perfection against the desire for actually governments are under a lot of pressure to actually make progress in this field. So I think, certainly we can be clear about, at least at a high level, how we see our relationship with other sets of guidance and our position within the field. And then I think we're going to have to let it evolve, because governments are under pressure, so we can articulate how this fits with, at a conceptual level, with, for example, service performance reporting and programs to deliver SDGs. But we are not, auditing, we're not producing information that, definitely supports SDGs. And frankly, there's quite a complex dialogue to go with the statistical community, because at the moment, frankly, they've imposed a set of requirements which don't necessarily relate to programs on the ground, and having read a book about how the SDGs were set and how the targets were set, it's actually fundamentally a political process with some pragmatism attached to it. It's not a scientific, approach. So I think we're going to have to be really careful that we are not going to be able to achieve perfection. We're going to need to actually be clear about how we're moving forward in the landscape, and then we're going to have to let it evolve. But that interoperability question, I think, is really important. So we need to be able to articulate how we're not doing the same as GRI, for example. We're not doing all impacts, we're doing direct impacts, how outcomes reflect, and so on. Ross, you want to come in briefly, and then I'm going to take very brief comments from the other members who want to come in, and then we're going to break for coffee. Ross.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in and, because I think there's always a risk of focusing on the wrong things when you start to think about sustainability. And, it's not a brand new topic for us. We've been working on this since 2022, and our mandate is crystal clear with what we've went out with our constituents for in terms of our place. We are the only international board dealing with narrative sustainability reporting for the public sector, engaging with public sector constituents. So there are others out there who claim to be thinking about public sector, but they're not talking to governments. They don't have the constituents and the reach we have. They don't have the constitution this board has. So the mandate on what we're trying to do is quite clear. And it has been since day one when the World Bank wrote the report in 2022, asking us to consider whether we would take on sustainability reporting and expand our mandate from financial statement standards to consider financial related sustainability standards. So I think it's important we continue to use our framework and go down that path. There are a lot of initiatives out there, but none of them relate to what we're covering. They're statistical, they're economic, they're scientific, they're broader, they're looking at related things. And we engage with those groups and we hear from them all the time. They're on our sustainability reference group. We have input from them into our process. So I think it's really important that we don't get distracted and become a think tank and not focus on our role, which is delivering international standards for financial reporting and financial related sustainability reporting, which is what we're talking about. So I think it's important that we do focus our resources on what we've been asked to do and we don't get distracted with the broader challenges that other organizations are thinking about, but don't necessarily relate directly to what we're trying to do.
And probably just to build on that, I think that's where it's going to be really important that we set out a clear vision in the consultation paper later on this year for how we see that remit being implemented, because then actually that gets a perspective out there in terms of how we see this, and then others can react to that. And that's where we will need to deliberately interact with other groups. But it's actually by taking a leadership role in this space and saying this is where we see it moving forward. Now you react to that rather than taking essentially a passive role, because going back to the event, the OECD event in March last year, there was a very, very clear demand for governments for guidance and for guidance from us. So we've got to balance that. But by being clear about what we think we're doing and how we think we're going to approach it, people will be able to comment on that. So I think that's where we need to be very clear about what we think we're doing, and then how that fits with others is for dialogue. But we're not fitting in with others necessarily. They need to also think about what we're doing. So I've got Liang next, and then Mara, you put your flag down. You want to come in, and Mike, and then we will break for coffee.
Thanks, Chair. I fully understand the landscape here and the analysis between the CF and our work. But one question always in my mind is in what way we can communicate our position or our view about the consent framework and the relationship between consent framework and sustainability reporting. Actually, I understand there's still some hot debate, not only in my jurisdiction, but also in other countries and regions, such as whether climate or a wide scope of sustainability reporting should be included as financial reporting or non-financial reporting. So, and another thought in my mind, actually, our conceptual framework was issued before our climate disclosure standard. So one thought in my mind whether it is needed for us as a board to do some such as narrow scope amendment to our CF to clarify the position and the status of CF, the relationship between the CF and climate disclosure project and other project in the future for sustainability reporting. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Liang. I think that's a very good point, and it's come up through the original consultation, you know, the 2022 consultation paper as to whether we should have a conceptual framework for sustainability reporting. And I think, you know, that's actually where there's a tension here, because you need to have enough experience of an area before you can write the conceptual framework. You can't go the other way around, because otherwise you're never going to get there. And, you know, so reflecting on the board's journey, actually the board spent basically 10 years actually just getting some initial standards in place, building off the emerging experience of accrual reporting in the public sector and you know, private sector standards. Then it took us 8 years in a known area to develop the conceptual framework. And I think that's where, you know, certainly we're going to need to accumulate our experience of using this to guide our work in a new area. And I think it's interesting, you know, actually it's been really helpful to us. But then I think you're right, in the light of experience, we're going to need to reflect on does the framework give us all the tools, or do we need to be more explicit about how it applies to sustainability reporting? And that's where you can see the potential to learn lessons, as for example, you know, we work on a public sector equivalent of S1 if we go forward with that, because that will raise those questions. So, you know, I think we're going to have to kind of keep that in our minds, that at some stage we probably will need to go back and tighten up the framework, but probably better to do it once we've actually got some practical experience and once, you know, everybody knows the challenges. And probably, though, it's right as well to communicate the relevance of what's already there, but also be honest about the fact that we're all learning on the job. Mari and then Mike.
Thank you. From my point of view, public entities' activities are expected to be broadened towards the policy making which objectives are to prevent global warming and promote the emission of greenhouse gas. And so that suggests the necessity of the strong linkage between the general purpose financial statement and sustainability reporting. And in that meaning, and consideration of the materiality has become increasingly important in the context of the legislative and institutional and operating environment in the public entity. And so how to make the RPG 1 and 3 to make RPG 1 and 3 accountable for that meaning. And so it is important how to include the non-financial information, and but also the not only the financial information, but also the non-financial information has to be included to make the general purpose financial report more accountable. And thank you.
Thanks, Mario. I think you started to set the scene very nicely for the discussion we're going to have after the coffee break and the breakout groups. Mike, final comment, and then we'll break for coffee.
So, Cheng, thank you, Chair. Just two things, as the discussion has gone a little bit broader than it looks like on the slide, but I think there are 2 points. It's, from my perspective, it's worth mentioning here. The first one is on the role on the RPG. I fully support that these are very important, let's say, guidelines. Nevertheless, I don't think, or I have a little the feeling we make it a little bit too easy to say, okay, we want to become them authoritative guidance, because that is a different set of standards. That does not necessarily mean if you do that project that then they are authoritatively followed, yeah, because it could also be the other way around, because the RPG, I think they are now part of the classical, at the moment, of the classical financial standard setting work stream of the IPSASB board, and we put them a little bit away from that. That could also be the downside. And the second one is, I just want to confirm what Fabienne said. When it comes to our constituents, I think there's really a need for guidelines for, let's say, broader sustainability reporting. I can just inform you that at the beginning of this week, certain auditor generals of the UN system they made in Paris, it's really several ones, and they have now reached an agreement on a letter which is going to Antonio Guterres. This has been approved and it was signed yesterday. And they mention our project as a cornerstone, and they really mention it not in the context of climate reporting only. They mention it in that broader sense of sustainability reporting. And that is also in line with what I think Helen Hall said. Okay, we really need that broader guidance, like, I don't know, IFRS 1 like or something like that. So that is just my final comment. We, I think, shouldn't lose that window of opportunity, because we are at the moment the only standard setter for sustainability reporting on the international level. And I personally would like that we continue. So yeah, that's just final comment.
Thanks, Mike. I think that international recognition is really important, and it's certainly something that we're aiming to broaden the group of stakeholders that we were working with and raise the profile of the board. And that was why there was a lot of effort that we collectively put into the launch of the climate-related disclosures exposure draft. And I think, if members want to actually, when you see those articles, when you see that recognition, if you can make sure that you pass the links to staff, I think it's going to be very important. We keep track of that, and we know we've already had some good press coverage in different publications, the usual ones. So I think, what we might do is actually a little bit take the leaf out of what IFAC does, which it circulates on a periodic basis, references to articles and announcements and stuff like that. And we might do a bit of that on sustainability reporting, because I think it helps all of us in terms of perspective, and also to encourage us that actually there is an increasing visibility to what we're doing, and it will also help us work out where do we put our time in terms of trying to do stakeholder outreach. So I think that's actually been a very helpful conversation overall, and I think it's shown some of the tensions in terms of where we put our work, put our efforts. We are going to have to continue to balance, the sort of conceptual, but also the pragmatic, because people really are asking us to make progress in this area, because, as Ross put it very, succinctly, nobody else is focusing entirely on the public sector, and that's really our role here. So we do have to provide leadership in this area. We've started with climate, but these are taking the next steps. And I think it's underlined the complexity, but we do need to be clear about our role and how our role might relate to some of the others in the space. And there are a lot of others in this space or overlapping with this space. So we are at 5:02. We will take a break. Please be back here at 11:15 KSA time, and then we will move into the breakouts immediately after that, after some briefing. So thanks, everyone. I think that was a very important discussion that we just had and really helpful input. Now, Karen actually has got some slides to introduce the three projects, but in the interest of time, what we thought we'd do, because everybody has obviously had the papers beforehand, and I think they're a good set of papers in terms of describing the background. Also, a number of you may have seen the introductory presentation that Celine did to the CAG discussion. So we thought we wouldn't go through that. What I do want to do is get the opportunity to get input from Fabienne in terms of the CAG discussions. I'll just pause at that point and ask anybody if there are any comments or questions on, the clarity of the project briefs. The project brief, the descriptions of the thinking behind the proposed projects before we go into breakouts. So Fabienne, if I can go to you.
Thank you, Jan. So actually, yes, the CAG was presented with the three various projects on Monday. So on each, they commented on each of them. So on whether RPG1 or RPG3 should be turned into authoritative guidance, CAG members highlighted the importance of addressing the gap in reporting and long-term fiscal sustainability on service performance, which is an area where the IPSASB could provide tremendous value. And RPG1 or the RPG3 could be used as a basis for research and scoping to create a boundary for the IPSASB sustainability work program. Now, on the general sustainability-related disclosures project, CAG members highlight that this topic can potentially serve as a framework for the IPSASB's future sustainability work program. So quite in line with what it's proposed to do. And on nature-related disclosures, CAG members highlighted the necessity of meaningful scoping for sustainability reporting, considering specific definitions of the public sector's role as an environmental steward, though the rapid pace of change that is taking place in natural resources disclosures may be too high for some jurisdictions. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. I think it was personally, I found that a very useful discussion, just getting those various different perspectives. So are there any questions on the background papers on the potential projects? Andrew.
Thanks. It was just a question of clarification on the RPG1, RPG3 and making them mandatory. I'm just not sure what do we mean by mandatory. Is that mandatory within the IPSA suite, within the SRS suite, a standalone suite? It just wasn't clear to me.
Thanks, Andrew. Good question. Ross, you want to pick that up?
My view would be mandatory in the new future sustainability suite and turning them into sustainability standards in some way.
But it is a good point, because it's probably a clearer, if you look at RPG1, that you could develop a standard, an SRS based on that. Probably the RPG3 actually, that's something where the board would have to come to a view, because if you look at how we've enhanced that already, actually you could argue that inputs actually are items in your financial statements. Outputs might be in your financial statements if you've created infrastructure, for example, or in somebody else's, and outcomes won't be. So in a way, and I think that's where we're going to need to come to a view on what we see, the status being.
Maybe one thing I would say, the RPGs as they exist today, I don't think would ever fit directly in IPSAS. That was a decision. That's why we have the RPGs. They don't fit in general purpose financial statements. So if we were to consider projects on those, I think it would be consider whether they're elevated to SRS or whether they continue to be RPGs or something else.
Yeah, which goes to the point made earlier in terms of the complexity of the guidance suite and status and all of that kind of thing. So that's the terrain we're entering potentially. Renee.
Yes, thank you. You refer to mandatory, but I think mandatory jurisdictions are going to make those standards mandatory. I think what we mean is authoritative maybe versus non-authoritative. So to me that it's an important nuance. But I raise my flag because one thought I'm having, and I think you've already touched on it, Ross, very quickly before the break, is that I don't necessarily see at least the first and second proposed projects as being um, um, exclusive of each other. Like I see a lot of link between the two. And again, I don't want to start sharing views here. I think that's the purpose of the breakout, but maybe to just acknowledge that there's a lot of overlap between those two when you start looking at them, and that maybe allow the breakout sessions to maybe tease this out to the extent possible. Just in that, my thought.
Thanks, Renee. And certainly your point on authoritative actually is important, because obviously we've set, or we're proposing to set up SRS as a separate series of guidance, but ultimately it's going to be for jurisdictions to determine whether and how they adopt the standards, as it already is with IPSAS, and also jurisdictions may decide to adopt SRS in a way that they're not using IPSAS at the moment. We don't want to, sort of prevent SRS pickup in that way. Okay, so really, I think we're at the stage where we need to start getting input now. Karen, just remind us of, the logistics.
Thanks, Chair. I'll brief everyone about the breakout sessions. So there are groupings outside on the panels outside on the panels there. It should be the same groups as yesterday. So there will be 4 questions for report back, which your breakout group leaders will lead you through. And there are also additional topic-specific questions across the 3 proposed topics, which you could consider to discuss. These are just guiding questions. And you are all expected to discuss on all topics. But then your report back, which your group leader is already briefed on, will be focused on one topic. So in the report back, we will have time for each topic, and then we will stop for other comments that you may have on that one topic. So more than welcome to make interventions to other topics.
So just in terms of logistics then, I think they're broadly the same groups as yesterday?
Yeah, they're the same groups as yesterday.
Different leaders?
Different leaders, but still in the same group. Yes.
Okay. Then in terms of the logistics, pretty much the same as yesterday, in that lunch is available 12:30 till 1:30. Different to yesterday, we want you back in here at 1:30 ready to report back. So obviously it's up to the groups to self-manage in terms of when you take lunch, but please do make sure, despite the fact these are all really interesting projects, do make sure that you get some time, a break and something to eat during that period.
And the rooms will be the same as yesterday as well. Yeah.
I think that's about it. So wishing everybody great discussions, and we'll look forward to hear the results of those discussions when we meet back here at 1:30. Okay, thanks everyone. breakouts in a moment, but there are 3 administrative announcements that I need to make before we get into the session. So listen very carefully. I will say this only once. Key thing is that we are going to bring forward the start of tomorrow's session to 8:30 tomorrow morning, and this is because we want to make sure that it fits in, the session fits in around Friday prayers. So we will start at 8:30 and we will run through to 11:30 when the formal board meeting will conclude at that point in time. Lunch is being brought forward, so it starts at 11:45, and then the board members will come back here and we will reconvene for the in-camera session at 12:30 tomorrow. So everybody else, basically, the formal board meeting finishes 11:30 tomorrow, but start is at 8:30 prompt. Second administrative, Angela, you just missed the important announcement. We're starting at 8:30 KSA time tomorrow, whatever time that is in Ireland. That's going to be,
Thank you.
it's going to be
5:30
horrible,
a.m.,
I'm
I think.
afraid. Secondly, there is a guest book that our colleagues at the Ministry of Finance would like us to sign. So please, can everybody, board members, TAs, observers and so on, please can you sign the book? It's on the podium just outside in the lobby. So please can you do that? Third announcement is that we will be taking some group photographs after the presentations to the departing members. So don't go anywhere after we've finished the handover of the plaques and the concluding remarks, the farewell remarks from departing members. We will have a group photo, everyone, and then we will have a board photo as well. And we'll tell you where that's going to be. I think just outside is, but do not go anywhere till we have the instructions on where we're going to go. I think I've remembered everything there. I knew there were 3 things I had to tell you. Leah's given me the thumbs up from the back, so we're good. Right, okay. So let us move on to the feedback from the groups. And what we're going to do is, I think we've got 2 groups feeding back based on the RPGs. So we will have feedback from those 2 groups, then an opportunity for the other groups to add anything in on RPGs. Then we will go to the group that was doing the framework, and then the group that was doing biodiversity, and similarly allow the other groups to add anything they want to. So Karen, who are we starting with?
Let's start with Renee on the RPGs. If you can tell us about your what you discussed and also how you evaluate the projects.
Great, thank you very much. So we had again another very productive discussion. We didn't start in the same place, but it seems like we pretty much achieved consensus on what we think is important and urgent. In summary, an overarching sustainability reporting standard, a standard that provides broad guidance on how to report on sustainability. Urgency, yes, there's an urgency for this. Prevalence, it's importance, yes, it's important. What we are proposing to do as an approach is to consider the connectivity between IFRS S1 and RPG 1. So we're considering the possibility of maybe doing a project where we're looking at both together. We think that RPG 1, our theory is that there are overlap between the 2, and that would be one of our requests of staff to do additional research to map the 2, to understand to what extent there is overlap, and to demonstrate the feasibility. So feasibility, likely, based on additional guidance. We think the benefit of this would be that we're leveraging our existing public sector specific guidance in that space to adapt what we see in IFRS S1. And the benefit is that we're aligning with the private sector while again bringing in the public sector specific perspective, which already exists. Unlike climate, where we have to develop it from scratch, here it already exists, and we should explore if this is feasible. The benefit of that is that it elevates also RPG1 at an authoritative standard level, which we heard from, for example, from the CAG, that this was something to consider. So here we're also answering one of the RPG specific question. Do we think the factors that existed back when the board decided to make this non-authoritative exist today? We think we have moved beyond where we were back then. And we think that today there is a business case rationale and a lot of merit to elevate RPG1 to a standard level. Another benefit will be to remove the redundancy and overlap that we on a preliminary basis that we see between the two. Now, considering RPG3, we think that we should disconnect RPG3 from RPG1. So right now, the paper proposed that they are one project. So based on what we just said, if we combine RPG1 and S1 together, then we would disconnect RPG3 from this project, and RPG3 would become its own project. On this one, we don't think that there is the same urgency as in there is with S1, because our theory is that RPG3 is more at the program level, more at maybe the topic specific level. That's a theory that, again, I think we would like the staff to test and to tease out. Are there any elements potentially in RPG3 that could also be brought into an overarching standard? Maybe yes, maybe no. If not, then we keep RPG3. We acknowledge it's there. It's part of the suite, but it's not necessarily our immediate priority. Natural resource project, feasibility, we think it's lower at this stage.
Can we hold fire on natural resources till we get the feedback on that? So I'm just going to do RPGs at the moment.
Okay, so in terms of additional research, so I did mention a mapping exercise between S1 and RPG1, but also in addition to a mapping exercise, we think that it would be important to collect stakeholder input from those that are already applying RPG1 to understand their experience in doing this, and that will help us again with the feasibility theory there. We could do that through surveys, through discussions, roundtable discussions, outreach activities. And I'm going to stop here.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Renee. Okay, so which was the other group?
And Lynn, if you could share your feedback too.
Yeah, thanks for that. So so we had a different discussion actually, and it's interesting, really interesting to hear where you ended up on it. So we did see benefits in terms of RPG1 and RPG3. We didn't really distinguish our discussion between the two standards as your group obviously did, but we could see benefits around speed because they already exist. We felt it was feasible, that the project potentially would give more visibility to the RPGs, and that it would give preparers and IPSASB a bit of time to see how the climate standard settles down as well. So actually from a preparer's perspective, it had quite a lot of attraction on that. So we felt it was feasible, speedy, and manageable. So quite a few benefits from that. We then moved on to discuss the challenges. And we did identify a few challenges. Firstly, we felt that whilst on the one hand, you could get speed, we actually felt that when you came to implement the project in practice, it might throw up a few tricky things to think about. And that might then go against speed. And one of the discussions we had in the group was, are we clear on sort of the conceptual framework that would almost underpin the decision making as you are adapting this standard from non-authoritative into authoritative guidance. So that we felt there was some sort of challenge around that. We also, and this is one of our research areas that we identified, we also sort of identified, well, could this have the reverse impact that we're intending to? These RPGs are very much link and lean heavily on our financial reporting standards. In our IPSASB suite of literature, we are encouraging when you implement the IPSAS financial reporting standards that these are recommended practice guidelines. If you move these to be authoritative sustainability requirements, there's a risk that that dilutes your IPSAS suite of standards if you move these entirely to the sustainability suite of standards. And that got us onto a bit of a discussion about what is compliance with IPSAS then? Is compliance with IPSAS actually both? Or if it's compliance with IPSAS, is that now a weakened IPSAS in the absence of having the RPGs as part of that suite of standards and supporting guidelines? And so we did think that that was a challenge that would really need to be thought through, because potentially it would have the unintended consequence of having a weakened set of financial reporting standards if this was moved entirely to the sustainability side of the IPSASB's work. We also questioned what the current take-up is of the RPGs in practice, and we felt that was an area that was worthy of additional research, because we were querying what will be the incentives to apply the sustainability standards, including the RPGs in that suite of literature. Is there support from the international institutions? Are there clear incentives to apply that suite of standards, including the RPGs as authoritative text? So there was a lot of support for doing the project to make this authoritative text, but I think the summary would be do so with a word of caution about actually it may not be as easy as you think in practice, because it does have a consequence in terms of the two sets of standards that you then end up with. I think that was probably it from our group.
Thanks, Lynn. Another really helpful discussion. And just on the sort of, not finalised, but we're thinking that it probably would be quite useful to do a very quick and dirty survey of national standard setters who are using IPSAS, really just along the lines of, are you using them? If you're using them, how are you using them? And where are you having to adapt? Sort of just quick run through the standards. And I think we can include the RPGs on that list, which would give the board some very useful input, for this, but also, input into the PIR discussion potentially. Lynn, back on that?
Yeah, sorry. I realised I've forgotten one point we also discussed. If you moved RPG 1 and RPG 3 over to sustainability, where does that leave you with RPG 2? And is it left hanging, and is that the right thing to do as well? So again, in that unintended consequence, making sure that what the final solution is a coherent one that makes sense and doesn't weaken either aspect.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. And I think the board's going to have to think a bit about that in terms of the fact that currently RPG2 is not specifically aligned with Practice Statement 1. Practice Statement 1 is being updated to allow for the new. So there's some things to think about, and probably, we are going to have to think about our story on that in beginning to develop the consultation paper. So thanks for that. That reminder. So two very useful conversations on RPG1 and/or RPG3. I just wonder, is there anything additional from the other two groups that we should bring in at this point? Scott?
I had the pleasure of leading the nature group. You haven't had fun until you dealt with the nature group. But anyway, a couple of things just to keep in mind. From a benefit perspective, we thought this did fill a gap. And since Angela's on, she talked a lot about their experience in helping identify not delivering services. So we thought there was some real benefits this would help with this area. On the challenges side, don't underestimate the effort, even though it's an existing standard, don't estimate what the effort it's going to take to get it to where it needs to go. Just because it's there doesn't mean it's fit for purpose or what it is. And it kind of was, Lynn, you were talking about, we thought maybe for those people that are not picking it up, this may be maybe not give them incentive to pick it up because it's in there. Okay, so we weren't sure the reasons. That's why the research would be relevant. And we did agree we need to do some research, but we also ought to talk about to national standard setters that have not picked it up, but have their own standard that may be similar to this, to research in there. So it's just not limited to whether you picked up 1 and 3, but maybe you did something that's different. Why did you do? And so we thought there was some additional things to learn from, but that was I think the gap things we'd add.
Thanks, Scott. Yakuba.
Thank you. So in my group, when it's come to RPG 1 and 3, we believe that the long-term element were very important to take into account and to look at in what way we can bring that in iterative requirement. But meantime, we were thinking as we can build a baseline requirement. It seemed to us that maybe we need to prioritize those baseline requirements instead of going straight to RPG 1 and 3. So people are seeing also on the ground difficulties in applying RPG 1 and 3. So thank you.
Thanks. I mean, I think that, that does underline actually probably we need to find, we need to do that quick survey just to get a sense of, who's using these standards and the RPGs, and also where the problems actually lie, because that's clearly part of the board's decision-making process, and it probably also underlines that there isn't the right answer to this. It's actually, on balance, which way do we think we're going to sequence it, and also do our stakeholders buy into the view that the board is, the board has arrived at. So I think that's going to be quite important. So are there any other comments, anything that anybody thinks coming out of their discussions on RPGs we should note at this stage? Obviously, staff will want to have the sort of more detailed feedback from each of the groups. So I think then we move on to the second group, and I guess is that
on general sustainability related disclosure. So Yakuba, you can share.
Thank you. A great and productive group as well. So to the group, general requirement, sustainability requirement is crucial area. And we do think that it is of importance. Creating a global foundational underpinning will better support us in taking other sustainability reporting work as well. So to us, it is very important to start doing this job because we can pour every other standard based on those sustainability general requirements. We believe we can start from S1 as well. That should be a good starting point, and then bring into public sector specific element like policy activities and responsibility. Because when it's come to SDGs, we believe it will be tricky again, and in the scoping to look at in what way, because although some of the SDGs are interrelated. So we do have a global view and we need a global baseline as well. In terms of challenge, we believe that we should consider cost implication because it is a public sector and aggregating data, quality data should be staff. And we are seeing also application issue because when we talk to at jurisdictional level, we have information coming from the ground where they are experiencing some difficulty when dealing with those data element. We believe also that we can use RPGs, as I was saying early, to leverage what we are seeing into S1. And we do think that will bring more holistic and integrated framework on the baseline. For additional research, we do think that more data is needed to manage user expectation gap because of reputational issues and risk that the board can have. If we are working on all the SDGs at the same time, it means that we can have some challenges with expectation. We believe also that we need to have a kind of state of the play. There are a lot of framework on the ground, and if we are preparing to have our own standalone sustainability-related guideline, related standards, we need to take into account those state of the play. Mostly, we do think there are some framework related to policy activities as well, because in some countries, they are already doing some job in commitment with some of SDGs. So we do think we need to look at what is on the ground and take that into account when we are elaborating on this project. In terms of priority, our view, the majority view, is that we should start with general sustainability as a foundational, and then after RPG 1.3. But we have alternative views. The first one is nature and biodiversity, because we already worked on climate. Why not use that work and then leverage on biodiversity? And the second was RPG 1 to 3. The second alternative views is related to general and nothing statistical. Just we need to focus only on general requirement. So that is what we have to report to the board.
Okay, thanks, Yakuba. Very clear. So in terms of sort of additional comments from the other groups, Lynn, do you want to go next?
So we did, I guess the additional comment from our group was that elements of S1 have been incorporated into the standard that we are currently exposing. So we will be getting feedback on that as part of that exposure that's currently out there. So there was a slight view in our group that actually we could potentially wait to see what that feedback says before embarking on an S1 project, because we will gain some useful information as part of the current consultation exercise.
Thanks, Lynn. Scott or Renee, anything you want to?
I got the head nod from Renee, so I'll go first. Okay. On benefits, a couple additional benefits I don't think we heard. We think there's a lot of people sitting around kind of waiting, and by putting S1 out there would help them figure out how to think about sustainability in a larger context, so outside of just a climate space. So we thought that. Also embedded in S1 is clearly materiality. That's an area that's going to need more work done, so that would get some good work done in that area. And there may be some national goals out there that this would also help support what they're doing. So we were able to identify some additional benefits there. On the challenges side, I think other than what was said is even on the private side, there's still not a lot of experience yet with this. So we're going to be moving forward. If we move forward with research in the next year, there still may not be a lot out there relative to S1 for us to actually look at. And so it kind of impacted on the feasibility side is how that came up in our conversation.
Okay, thanks, Scott. I think that's a good point. So Renee, from your side?
Everything's been pretty much said. We don't have anything significant to add.
Okay. So then, Scott, I think back to you on biodiversity.
Yeah, I guess the way to tee up this discussion is that if benefits for assets and challenges or liabilities, nature would have a significant deficiency or deficit, okay, based on our group. But anyway, it's probably not surprising around the table. But we did find benefits, okay? You may find that unusual, and I'm sure if you found it in your group. But we actually came up with some, I think, very important benefits that we shouldn't necessarily just boast over. One is this is a really big item, okay? This is a big item out there. It's taking up a lot of conversation right now, and it's an area that actually public sector has a lot of impact in, and there's things that would also almost be unique to public sector. So it's not going to be an if we do this, it's more of a when type of, that was one of the things we found a challenge. So there is need to provide some guidance in there. Some people beginning to experiment with that. So there is definitely a need for guidance. If you think about our financial reporting on nature, okay, there's a natural connection here between the biodiversity and what we're talking about on the financial statement side. So there's a connectivity there. And we had a long discussion about, yeah, there's other groups out here doing work in nature, but do we want to be on our front foot or the back front here? Do we want to influence that analysis as it goes forward, or we just want to sit back and wait for it to happen, and then public sector is going to have to react to it? Whereas if we were to move forward, we could actually influence what that's looking like as opposed to just waiting until it's there and presented. So I think there was all some really good benefits when we thought about going on that side. That didn't necessarily overlay the challenges that we have, and probably the biggest one we have is this even feasible? Okay, and that was one of the 4 components that we really had a very hard time getting around on feasibility. It's just not a lot of experience out there. We even talked about what is it? The scope isn't even defined, okay? And so we could spend years trying to define this before we ever figure out what to do with what we're able to define. So that was a key item. There's not general agreement, and there's even challenges within the existing efforts that were going on. So it seemed to be a pretty big hill from that perspective, and we felt like let other people spend their money trying to figure this out, and we can work on that. But when it comes to research, we still need to be much involved in this area. Okay, we need to see what are the other international standard setters doing in this area, to do some work with that. Also about, are there any examples out there that we can look at and then bring back to our own framework, sustainability, and see how it would look? You know, is what we're developing make sense in relation to where we see other people doing? And so we just need to keep up to date with what's going on. This will be an ever-changing area. This is a long-term shot, not a short-term shot. And so, but as at the end of, and no one in our group supported it, even though we talked about it and gave it a good try. We're the majority in our group came out was actually on S1, the general requirement. But saying that, and we had a lot of discussion, Renee, about how do we do RPG 1 and 3 in relation to S1. And it's going to be very difficult to go through S1 without bringing elements of RPG 1 and 3 in. Okay, so whether you bring him in total or not, you're going to have to deal with some of the issues as you do move forward. So whether that's a phase-in approach, keep in mind we had the technical director in our group, so he kept us honest about project management in this process. So he didn't let us get by with pie in the sky stuff. He kept bringing us back to reality in this conversation. So there may be a phase-in or in doing that, but that's where he came out.
Okay, thanks, Scott. I'll just go round, I think. So Yakuba, comments from your group on
yes, on the prevalence, it is yes, we do think the prevalence criteria is met. On the consequences, we do think it is catastrophic because biodiversity nature is a high priority. In urgency, it is high, but yet when we look at it, we think we don't have to build from trash, right? So we do think maybe we need to wait till we have comment and user view from IPSAS SRS ED1, and then we can try work on building on those. In that regard, we didn't find another way to do some more search to supplement what is already ongoing. So.
Thanks, Yakuba. Renee, to you next.
Yes, so very similar assessment. So prevalence, urgency, high, but feasibility, big question mark. And where we spent our time, and I think to build on what Scott said, we should not lose sight of that project. And while we may not advance it as quickly as the others, we think we could also benefit from more research from staff to understand, to try to unpack the topic and the project. And again, Scott, you mentioned, well, what is the scope of the project? What do we mean by biodiversity, nature? And maybe if we add a bit more insight into the various potential components, maybe breaking it down in various smaller phases, maybe we could undertake something sooner rather than later because of the urgency. And also applying the lens of the current natural resource accounting project, the message to our constituents, and we've heard a lot of feedback. Yeah, but what about disclosures of those natural resources outside the financial statements? And we keep telling them, this is the next phase. This is the next phase. It's coming. It's coming. So we're going to have to manage expectations, and I think that in order to properly manage expectations, I think we owe it to ourselves to understand maybe more how it could be broken down into pieces. For example, in Canada, we have a non-for-profit organization called the NAI, Natural Asset Initiative, and they're ready to issue non-authoritative guidance on disclosure of natural assets for municipalities in Canada. And they've gone ahead with that project. They included us, IPSASB, myself. They've included the standard setter. They made sure they were not stepping on standard setters' toes, but they issued a non-authoritative, they're about to issue a non-authoritative guide. So I think some jurisdictions may, like Canada, be moving ahead, and then we should follow that. We should monitor that and see what they're doing. And there may be something narrow we could do to supplement our accounting project without calling it biodiversity or aligning with TNFD, but maybe something narrower. So I think additional research and monitoring would be good here.
Thanks, Renee. Lynn.
So I won't repeat what others have said. I'll just try to add to it. So there was definitely some in our group that felt that this was the most urgent, but recognised it was also the most complex of topics, as well as being the most urgent. And it was apparent through the discussion that there are very different risks and impacts depending on where you are within the world as well. So it's not, necessarily the same for all. In terms of some things to add, we had a question mark about what are the metrics in this area? Perhaps there's some research about what are the metrics on this. We also had a discussion about, well, what is the scope of this, and can we split this down in any way? Perhaps consider the different aspects of nature and potentially do a pilot on one aspect. We discussed sort of land, water, biodiversity, but maybe pick a topic like water and run that as some pilot research about what that could look like, because we recognise this is a huge topic and a huge task. The final point I would add is that there was a recognition that we may well get useful feedback in the natural resources accounting consultation that we've got going on at the moment about what people want. I suspect that perhaps our accounting standard ED is not always going to meet expectations in terms of how people might want to account for their natural capital, and whether or not it creates incentives to preserve that and conserve it. But actually that might actually give us some really useful feedback to frame the next stages of research or the next considerations on disclosures as well. So those were the things that perhaps to add to the others.
Thanks very much. I think that you know, there's a lot of really useful feedback there, and I think that really justifies the way in which we've approached this in terms of really trying to harness the thinking of the broader group, not just the board, but also technical advisors, those CAG members are still here, observers, and so on. And I think it's just picking up on that point that both Lynn and Renee made there. I think there is a lot of interest in the tangible natural resources project, and I've had, for example, sort of an exchange with Emmanuel Faber, who sort of said, well, this is great, really interested in this, and similarly from ISB members as well. So I think people have really actually clocked that, and definitely that has sort of, if you like, put us on the map in that. And, I mean, it's interesting that probably what we're going to need to think about is how do we actually sort of make sure that we engage in that agenda in a way that actually pulls in what we've already done, and actually make sure that that actively contributes, because of all the other work that standard setters are doing. So I think we're going to need, that's the challenge, is going to be, everybody said this is, prevalent, it certainly is important. So I think we're going to need to sort of think about how we, if that is earmarked as a future project, how would we handle that without impacting then on, because the sense seems to be, we're going to have to think about a sort of framework project, but how does that interface with particularly RPG1, and RPG3, and then we've got the trying to kind of give a vision of, well, what is the future of RPGs if direction of travel is towards SRSs for ultimately built on S1 or on RPG1, RPG3. So I think there's quite a lot of room for consideration on that, and I think that that does underline that actually if we do a very quick survey of national standard setters, it would be really helpful to understand which bits of our literature are being used and which aren't, and for example, we know New Zealand has a standard based on service, on service performance reporting, and so I think that's going to be further input that we as a board need before we actually work up solutions and approaches, and there clearly are a number of variants depending on whether you do a framework with RPG1, turning that into an SRS in parallel, and so on. So I think, as my younger daughter would say, much to think about. But I think now is, I think now is the time to start the conversation, and I think today has given us some really good input to that, and I think we will need to synthesize what's been said and then begin to develop the thinking, and that will be an ongoing conversation through the next at least the next 2 board meetings as we begin to work out what we might actually say in the draft work program consultation. Karen, anything else from your side?
No, but it was really interesting hearing about the projects, especially when I first mentioned that 4 criteria of project prioritization, and how feasibility is really the key that the IPSASB should be thinking about. So really seeing that difference between the proposed priority projects in terms of feasibility, that really is what is differentiating all the projects that are all so urgent in nature, and given this these global goals on for both sustainable development and for nature. So definitely we'll take away your comments, both from the plenary session and also from the breakout discussions, and staff will do some further research and bring it back to the board, hopefully in March of next year.
Thanks, Karen. Angela, you wanted to come in. I want to move on fairly quickly. So
yes, this is very quick, by the way. I just wanted to, unfortunately, technology failed in the breakout group, but one I just thought under additional research, perhaps thinking about user needs at the different levels of those main entities of government that we talked about in the financial presentation, the central state government, the municipality, and the department or agency. And second, very quick point is the criteria for project prioritisation. Thinking as a group very hard about where, when working with users to understand priorities, where we think standardization and regulation, standardized reporting as we are writing regulation versus guidance and support and encouragement, differentiating those two things as part of that prioritization. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. I mean, I think, you know, that's where we do need to think about the status of our various different forms of guidance. But equally, I think we do have a way of writing standards and, you know, we've got a clear way of approaching it in terms of authoritative, non-authoritative. So I think, you know, we need to build on what we've already got rather than inventing from scratch. So it's going to be interesting to see, again, I think the feedback we get on IPSASB SRS ED1, which is clearly written in that way. Okay, so with that, I think conclude that item. Again, thank you very much, everyone, across the board for the input to that. Really very much the discussion we needed to have at this stage. And I think then what that does move us into is the inevitable item in the December meeting, which is that moment when we have to actually say farewell to the departing members, which is always, you know, really it's a sweet moment, I think. So in the traditional manner, we've put together